the line, and two very genuine horses going head to head. Moulin Bouge has run well. He was just a bit too keen through the early part of the race, but he's picked up third.
It went quick and not many got into it, but this lad did. It's a 5th course success for Fantasy Master.
Well, as they're now on the approach to the second last, and Fever Dreams sauntering through here at the second last flight.
back in the mix after both of the market or the leaders in the apprentice title had broke clear over the last couple of days racing. The winner, though, travelled strongly, and once sent about it, his business has picked up strongly to win, and win in really good style. A Colt by Soldier's Call in a messy race, he travelled best of all and has kept on strongly to beat Abbey Trice back in second, and Chester Nimitz running a slightly strange race, given he was well placed on what looked a medium gallop for the trip, and was probably the one that should be able to capitalise on that. That horse got outpaced and then has finished on well again at the death late on. Maybe another furlong could suit Chester Nimitz, but it's a little bit disappointing to haven't got out of stalls and got a nice position sitting in second that he couldn't really extend and get by the leader, who was Gold Daydream, who'd shown promise on debut. The winner, though, travelled strongly down to the right, a shot in navy colours, and wins in really nice style, and has provided the rider with a huge day here today. Back in the hunt firmly, Adam Caffrey. He's got a really good ride in the last race of the afternoon. Pitbull, a multiple winner here at the track as well. La Paz is our current favourite in race 7. Crack
at Wolverhampton, hitting the crossbar that day, possibly watching the race back if he'd have gone a stride quicker, because all he does is gallop this Nevendon, but shows that he's in good form, and there was a bit of money around for him when he got the job done last time, and he beat Clean Getaway of Phil Kirby's that day, and Clean Getaway has gone in again since, so it's strong form. We've got a couple of 4-year-olds jumping fences here down the bottom. This Del Potro, very, very free at Worcester last time. Charlie Longsdon, he was interviewed beforehand and said that that's how he goes. He just rock and rolls from the front, but he got very tired and the engine cut out pretty quickly, so they've tied his tongue down today. Slightly sharper track here, so maybe he could shape a bit better, but he's a very forward goer. But I think this Nevendon, Alexandra Dunn, she was out of luck earlier on with her stable star, but there could be a bit of mileage left in this fella, Gordy. He's hit the frame both starts round this track, and he's only had 4 goes over fences, so if he can handle this relatively quick turnaround, having run pretty well at Wolves, but they tend to recover quicker from an all-weather run than a jumps run, there could still be a bit of mileage in him, even though he has risen 5 pounds up to 103. Nevendon,
and for Kevin Brogan and for Alexandra Dunn, the pick of Paddy Aspel, and currently the 15-8 favourite for the penultimate race of the afternoon at Fakenham. Grand Du Dairy is a fascinating contender for Donald McCain and Brian Hughes down there this afternoon. The triple jump jockey champion, Paddy, in the JP McManus colours.
Yeah, he's got to try and give a bit of weight away here, Gordy. £8 plus to the whole field here for Grand Du Dairy, but he does have a bit of experience jumping fences, but I would suspect that the handicapper off 117 is possibly still in charge at the minute.
Coming into line at Fakenham, starters on his rostrum. Good luck in this 320.
Off. Just over 2 miles and a third on the trip. The PRA prize money plaque to Fakenham Novices handicap chase. Del Potro steaming into the first, up and over okay. They've all jumped it quite well, considering the early tempo. Del Potro, under a fierce hold here, is really striding on purposefully as they turn out onwards to number 2 of the 12 they'll take on their journey this time. So Del Potro lit up, leading the way from Nevendon in second. Grand Du Dairy is in third, the hoop jacket white cap, a gap then of about 4 or 5 to River Gold. Up on the inside of Fever Dream and Jolly Jump as they all touch down over the number 2. Levelling to 3 and 4, and Del Potro, Lily Pinchin, trying a level best to keep this one as settled as possible, but remains about 3 clear. Nevendon rising in second place with Grand Du Dairy in third position for Brian Hughes. Gap then of about 4 or 5 to the other trio, who are headed by River Gold. Starred Silks of Fever Dream on that one's outer, and the Checks of Jolly Jump will be just last to rise and land. A little steep on landing that time was Fever Dream. So Del Potro turning left and heading down the side towards the open ditch for the first occasion, showing the way over Nevenden, a winner at Southwell last time over obstacles, and has since run on the flat and finished second at Wolverhampton. At the ditch, Grand Dudery measures it in third. Back end of the field, Fever Dream not the best at it. Nothing significant, but just a little bit slower as they come back towards the straight. Del Potro then, 2 wins from 6 starts previously under rules, a couple of French victories to his name. Showing the way from Grand Dudery, who's looking for a second win over Fences, an easy winner at Market Raisin previously. Then Nevenden, who's been in this good vein of form for trainer Alex Dunn. Gap of 4 or 5 away to River Gold, measuring the fence right in front of the enclosures. And at the back of the field, Fever Dream was rather slow again, falling apart gradually for him. Couple of mistakes now, and he's detached by a good 8-10 lengths as they level off and approach number 8. So Del Potro has the advantage. Race with lots of enthusiasm early. Will it tell late in the piece? Showing from Grand Dudery and also Nevenden. Still a few lengths away is River Gold. Jolly Jump in behind that one, shifting a bit left over that obstacle was Jolly Jump, the chasing newcomer, and Fever Dream continues remote at the back of the field. Fever Dream barely striding out now as they go out towards the back straight. So Del Potro, length and a half or so. Not as good that time, hitting that one. In fact, it was quite the case for a number down the order. Jolly Jump again, not the best at the back of the field. Fever Dream is up and over, but I'm not convinced there'll be too many more leaps for that runner, although it does appear to be continuing. So Del Potro now being joined. Grand Dudery moving up sides. Jolly Jump again, awkward at the back of the main group of runners. Nevenden still right behind them, waiting to strike at the moment in third place, and now gets a bump along from Kevin Brogan. Couple away to River Gold, and 3 or 4 then to Jolly Jump as they level and approach 2 from home, which is the open ditch once again. It is Del Potro, still has the advantage. Grand Dudery, though, jumping up sides. They're followed by Nevenden, and these two now have moved past Del Potro quickly. River Gold is back in fourth, and then Jolly Jump, who's trying to run on. Heading towards the top of the straight, Grand Dudery is now being joined by Nevenden, and there's only half a length between the pair. 4 away then to River Gold, who's running on the outside of Del Potro. Jolly Jump is starting to finish a bit. Down to the last, Grand Dudery and Nevenden, little in it. Grand Dudery quite low, half a length the advantage. Nevenden is being produced. River Gold is also rushing home under the Twiston Davis drive. River Gold's got there. Past the ball, sneaking up the inner for Twiston Davis and James Owen, a double up for them. Nevenden and Grand Dudery, pockets picked second and third, then Jolly Jump and Del Potro.
Yeah, as they say, over the top, wasn't it there? Over the top for the winner, ridden by Sam Twiston Davis. That man, James Owens, had a great day, hasn't he? I think that's a couple of winners. He's had a second as well. Nevenden and Grand Dudery, as I said, mugged in the closing stages there. And the handicap debutant, the filly, the 4-year-old, one of 2 4-year-olds, Paddy, you highlighted in the race. She's come over the top, the bottom weight to mug him.
Yeah, first start over Fences as well, Gordy, and these 4-year-olds over Fences get plenty of weight. There's not a great deal to her, but I'll tell you what, she didn't half find under pressure, just her second start for the yard. And one thing that I've noticed an awful lot, that the owners, the Diva Racing Syndicate, they do seem to source some very, very good value buys. And this filly doesn't lack for guts. And she's taken a couple of real scalps here, Gordy, because, you know, the second horse is in real good nick. And although Grand Dudery, I mentioned that the handicapper knows plenty about him, he's a very, very consistent horse. So well done to James Owen. That filly carrying just 10 stone 5. That's 2 winners on the day for the stable.
Yeah, he's had a great day, has James Owen, young up-and-coming trainer based in Newmarket. And of course, I know he had a did he have a second across at Newton Abbot, but 4 runners today at Norfolk, and I'm guessing as the crow flies, it's not too far from Newmarket to Norfolk. I know that Yarmouth is the kind of closest flat track to the HQ, Paddy, but it's not too far to Norfolk.
No, not a bad run at all. And he's had a fantastic year, Gordy. And we were chatting about it on the show the other night. And he's had, obviously, Champion Apprentice is attached to his yard, Sean D. Bowen. Alex Chadwick was Champion Amateur. And he's also had the Champion Arabian Rider. So he doesn't just train winners on the track. He also trains jockeys as well. So he's had a fabulous year.
It's almost like a jockey's academy, isn't it, when you think about it? Heading out then onto the track, and there's a decent crowd in attendance as well at Newton Abbot down there in deepest Devon. And we've got a field of 9 heading to post for this extended 2 miles, 5 furlong handicap hurdle. I heard rail movement at Newton at Fakenham, I beg your pardon. So rail movement at Fakenham. Newton Abbot, this will be probably as advertised the distance, 2 miles, 5.5 furlongs. Good little race that's coming up. What we got here, we have got 2 to 1 the field. Catcham Derry for Harry Skelton and brother Dan. Speaking to Dan the other day, flew up to Ayr where the pair of them had a treble on Monday. 2 to 1 favourite here, Catcham Derry. We've got Shallow River on 7-2 for Sean Bowen. El Graniero on 6-1. Astronomic View on 17-2. 9-1 Flight's Deck and 10-1 Bar. So one thing's for sure, Paddy, I know they won the previous race, but we didn't need that as evidence. The Skelton team in tip-top nick at the moment. A winner at Aintree on Sunday, a treble at Ayr on Monday, and they've been in the score sheet most days at the moment.
Yeah, and introduced another real nice one down at Chepstow as well yesterday, Gordy. So winners every day of late. And I think we've got 1 or 2 well-handicapped individuals in this race. Catcham Derry, he's been pretty solid in the market, and like their earlier winner on the card, he's returning here after a summer break, but he's returning off an almost identical mark to Major Fortune. He was 118. Catcham Derry is 117. And although he hasn't run up a sequence, he did win twice last year, but he hit the frame on a few occasions. And I would think Connections would feel that they've got a bit of room to manoeuvre off that mark. Flight Deck, who's got top weight here in the first time visor, he's been proven pretty popular in the market, but 10-year-old, he could be vulnerable to some younger legs here. And the Pipe Horse, it seems like it. This is actually his handicap debut, Gordy. They've tied his tongue down, done his wind, and he had some nice form last year, but more importantly, he coped with bad ground, it seems like it. So you'd imagine that they could have a bit of juice in that mark of 120 if this chap is ready to go. The Pipe team had a good winner at Chepstow yesterday as well. And obviously Joe Tizard looking to double up on the card. He's got Bertie Worcester, another horse who had a very solid season last year. He's returning here off 114. So honestly, I think we could have some well-treated horses here. It's just who's fit and ready to go today. But I'm going to stick with Catcham Derry. I think that mark of 117 looks very tempting if he's tuned and ready to go, like the bulk of Skelton, certainly in the last 10 days or so, have looked, Gordy.
Yeah, he's gone up £10 for that success at Ayr. He's back in trip here this afternoon, but the stable absolutely flying. Dan Skelton with brother Harry on board, and Harry sitting proudly at the moment at the head of the Jockeys Championship. In second place, Sean Bowen, who's riding Shallow River in this particular contest. But it is Catcham Derry that's the pick of Paddy Aspel as they line up at Newton Abbot.
And they're off. From the 2 3/4 mile start for the celebrating David Freeman's 35-year service handicap hurdle, Astronomic View and Flight Deck share the running down to the first. It seems like it is close up. Golden Whiskey on the outside handy. Canty Bay towards the inner with Bertie Wooster. El Graniero settles in the rear of midfield, and Shallow River and Catcham Derry in the last pair as they reach the second. Flight Deck took over on the inside of Astronomic View with It Seems Like It moving up out wide to join the front pair. Bertie Wooster, Canty Bay, El Graniero next. Having jumped off handy, Golden Whiskey has settled in the last trio as they bear left-handed at the end of the home straight. Shallow River's one from the back, and the market leader, Catcham Derry, is observing from last position. On the gallop between flights 2 and 3, Flight Deck and It Seems Like It, who's now gone to the front. Astronomic View, who led them over the first, is close up with Canty Bay, purple and yellow hoop sleeve jacket on the inside, handy. Then follows Bertie Wooster, El Graniero, Shallow River and Golden Whiskey. And finally, Catch Him Derry. Less than 2 miles to cover, racing towards the first hurdle on the back straight. It Seems Like It, just in front on the outside of Flight Deck. Astronomic View in Canty Bay, and Bertie Wooster follow. And then Golden Whiskey and El Graniero, Shallow River, and Catch Him Derry. To flight number 4, Flight Deck, back in front on the inside of It Seems Like It. Then Astronomic View, Bertie Wooster, Canty Bay, Golden Whiskey Trapped Wide, and then El Graniero, Shallow River, Catch Him Derry. Tightly grouped as they prepare to disappear behind the big top. Flight Deck is the leader, just in front of It Seems Like It, with Astronomic View racing a length back in third. Canty Bay close up on the rail. Bertie Wooster alongside. Golden Whiskey rounds out the leading half dozen. Then follows El Graniero from Shallow River. And with almost a circuit completed, Catch Him Derry has yet to move out of last place. Flight Deck leads them in with half a length on It Seems Like It. Astronomic View in the cheek pieces remains close up. Canty Bay cutting every corner. Then follows Bertie Wooster and Golden Whiskey and El Graniero, jumping the first up the home straight, Shallow River and Catch Him Derry. On their way to flight number 6, Flight Deck, showing just in front of It Seems Like It, Astronomic View, Bertie Wooster, Canty Bay, then El Graniero, Golden Whiskey, Shallow River, and finally Catch Him Derry. A little more than 6 lengths covering the 9 runners, with a circuit of the racecourse in front of them. Flight Deck, racing ears pricked, leads them into the next turn, and now moving on by a length and a half over It Seems Like It. Canty Bay, Astronomic View, either side of Bertie Wooster. Then follows Golden Whiskey and El Graniero, and Shallow River and Catch Him Derry remains the back marker of a well-grouped field. Racing down the side, Flight Deck, with his ears pricked and having a good look around, will lead them into the back straight, with It Seems Like It just second. Canty Bay a close third, Astronomic View round the outside, then Bertie Wooster, El Graniero, Golden Whiskey, Shallow River, and still last with 4 to jump is Catch Him Derry. Closing in on the first hurdle in the back straight, Flight Deck will reach it in front of It Seems Like It, Astronomic View, Canty Bay up the inside of Bertie Wooster, and then Golden Whiskey and El Graniero and Shallow Bay, and still being very patiently ridden is Catch Him Derry. They're about to jump the third from home. Flight Deck over in front from Astronomic View. Canty Bay made a mistake on the inside of Bertie Wooster. It Seems Like It is weakening quickly out of the argument. Shallow River's dropped back last as Catch Him Derry, who's going very strongly, has begun to overtake rivals. Golden Whiskey's dropped back into the last pair as Flight Deck leads Astronomic View, Canty Bay and Bertie Wooster back towards the home straight. El Graniero, Catch Him Derry, yet to be called upon for an effort. The next two, then Golden Whiskey and Shallow River has relegated It Seems Like It to be last as they race for home. 2 to jump, Flight Deck from Canty Bay, Astronomic View, Catch Him Derry a closing fourth and still going strongly under Harry Skelton as they close in on the second last. Flight Deck from Catch Him Derry, who's going to land second, 2 out and within a length of the leader. Canty Bay up the inside and Astronomic New from Bertie Wooster. Catch Him Derry joins issue with Flight Deck as they come to jump the last. Catch Him Derry jumped it well, landed running, and without coming off the bridle, Canty Bay.
Catch Him Derry completes a double for the Skeltons. Catch Him Derry, a very easy winner from Flight Deck. They pulled right away from Astronomic View, Canty Bay, and then Bertie Wooster, El Graniero and Golden Whiskey.
Yeah, that's another winner for a yard that's in flying form at the moment. Catch Him Derry, tipped by our expert Paddy Aspel and Dan Skelton teaming up with brother Harry to win there. Flight Deck finishes second. and it seems, an Astronomic View, I think it was in third. Hold for the place there, just in case there is a problem. But definitely that was the way they finished, first and second. We must move on because I can see them behind the stalls for our next visit to Nottingham. So we'll be speaking to Leona Mayer in just a second. This is the 3:38. A handicap over 5 furlongs again, a sprint here. This is race 6 of 7 at Nottingham today. That was what was confusing me. I thought there was 8 races there. I'll Be Gone's the 11-4 favourite. Collusion's on 7-2. We've got Sound Reason on 13-8. 13-2. Smooth Celsi is on 7-1. Meho is 7-1 as well, and it's 9-1 bar. So another competitive sprint, even more competitive, Leona, than the previous one, which is run by Fantasy Master.
Yeah, I mean, this is a pretty competitive race. Wasn't a huge fan of the well-backed horse in I'll Be Gone, to be honest. I think we've seen plenty of this horse, and we know where we're at with it. Whereas we've got a couple of like unexposed or more unexposed 3-year-olds, the likes of Collusion, Smooth Celessi. I thought they were much the preference over that one. But Collusion is just about the selection. I think is probably the horse that will go forward as well. A much better second last time around. I mean, that was the first one on turf. Sometimes James takes horses, they kind of, they go nice and slowly with them, so they can take time to come to hand. But this horse did it nicely last time with a bit of juice in the ground to just finish second to a horse who's got a lot more race experience. Gets in off the same mark here of 60, and I do think could be a bit better than a few of these. So I thought was actually a bit of value, Collusion.
So Collusion, is that going to be your pick?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, as I say, I can make little cases for the likes of perhaps Smooth Celessi. Stone Circle's a course and distance winner, but Stone Circle's a horse I've fancied a few times and tipped up and never seems to run well when I fancy it, so I've steered away from that one on the last however many starts. So yeah, just Collusion about coming out of stall 4.
Right, we've got I'll Be Gone for David Allen and Tim Easterby, the 5-2 favourite. They are loading quickly, so it's your last chance to get involved here with this race coming up at Nottingham. The 5-2 favourite, I'll Be Gone. Collusion is the pick of Leona, 7-2. Meho is on 15-2. Smooth Celesti's on 8-1 along with Sound Reason, and it's 10-1 bar. It's certainly the favourites from a yard that's going great guns at the moment, but Leona's been in decent form as well, and Collusion for James Tate and Rossa Ryan is her pick here. Just looking through the stalls, I think we're down to the final couple. Let's go back live to Nottingham.
Commentary box at the inopportune moment. Colour change as well for Memo here. All in, stand by. Gates back and away they go. They are racing for the Come Racing on the 6th of November handicap, and a good start was made down the centre of the track there by Wrestling Revenue. The grey colours leads them on budget day. 2 in second position, Smooth Celesti, the white cap over on the far side, the colour change of Memo. Then I'll Be Gone in the maroon and yellow colours, followed then by Collusion and Bura back, the orange jacket over on the far side. So to Enchanted Night, near side towards the back of the field at the moment, Sound Reason as they rattle on down towards halfway. And it's Wrestling Revenue that leads to I'll Be Gone, who's racing there in second. Memo now just being nudged along in third. Bura back trying to get going. Collusion is now making a little bit of headway. The white and red colours now advancing its position as they go towards the final furlong and a half. Wrestling Revenue gravitating over towards the grandstand rail. Leads by about a length to I'll Be Gone in second. Smooth Celesti getting into this now. The white cap the rail. Then after that in fourth spot, Collusion. Down towards the final half furlong they come. I'll Be Gone, Wrestling Revenue, I'll Be Gone beginning to get up here and racing up towards the line. I'll Be Gone goes on to score. Wrestling Revenue finished in second. Smooth Celesti was third. Fourth or so from the back, Enchanted Night.
Yeah, well, the thing is, at the moment, they're in great form. I think it's the Tim Easterby yard that is in form at the moment, and the horses, well, as I said, the end of the season, they're in tremendous fettle. I'll Be Gone for Tim Easterby and David Allen there. Wrestling Revenue in second. Smooth Celesti was in third, and the race was dominated by horses towards the top of the handicap, Leona.
Yeah, it was, wasn't it? Definitely. The market support for I'll Be Gone was notable and was correct. This horse has found enough in the closing stages, picked up well, obviously enjoys the ground conditions as well. A horse who's been campaigned on soft quite a bit of late, but yeah, it's picked up really nicely in the closing stages. Thought that Wrestling Revenues ran well, another one finishing second on the last few occasions, but definitely isn't doing a great deal wrong as a 3-year-old.
That's about 12 winners in the last fortnight for Tim Easterby. He's one of these trainers that just he never seems to have a bad season. He's flat. I think more so than jumps now. He just keeps on churning out the winners. So that's another one. I'll be gone, as Leon was saying. Quite a well-backed winner there of this 3:38 at Nottingham. 9 to 4 was the last show. We'll bring you the SPs when they drop, because we must move on, because we're going to Ireland, and this time we're going for the Dundalk race coming up at 3:44. The front end of the Dundalk card dominated by a claimer in maiden races, and this is another maiden race for fillies. Then we've got another maiden race at 4:15, and then we finish the Dundalk card with a couple of handicaps. So this is the where are we? Take Me to the Moon's race, where the odds-on favourite this time is 5 to 6 for Aidan O'Brien, who's currently over in California ahead of the Breeders' Cup. Take Me to the Moon, the 5 to 6 favourite. 5 to 1 Carolina Jetstream, 4 to 1 Dramatic, 7 to 1 Dramatic, Ethical Code 7s as well, 10 to 1 Cradle of Love, and 25 to 1 Bar Leona. So the great man is across at the Breeders' Cup, and he's hoping maybe to win with a slightly lower grade horse in this maiden for fillies at Dundalk.
Yeah, just slightly. Yeah, look, he's one of those, get their head in front and then they can start taking steps forward. And obviously this filly's had the one run. It wasn't a bad one, was quite well back, beaten half a length. Was with a bit of juice in the ground, but I'm sure we'll be fine on the surface. And she does happen to be City of Troy's half-sister, so they'll be hoping that she is better than something like this eventually. Look, she's very short. I wasn't really in love with any of the others. I thought Carolina Jetstream ran okay on debut, but I don't think the effort was as good as the favourites. Dramatic, I really don't like a horse having blinkers on for a first run, and especially when it costs $1.5 million as a foal. That's a bit concerning. We've got, little bits of form from others that isn't very good. Cradle of Love is the fly in the ointment, because showed, some really good form early. Then quite highly tried, but then has been dropped back into easier company on the last two occasions and has been disappointing. So boring, but going to stay with Take Me to the Moon, because I thought that run was, more than enough to build on to assume that she's going to be able to win, a race of this nature.
It just shows you, look at the pedigree. There she is in a maiden for fillies here, this Take Me to the Moon, and she's actually a half-sister to plenty of winners, including the one and only City of Troy, Leona.
Yeah, exactly. He'll be facing a different challenge in a few days' time, but I'm sure if she can run a nice race and go ahead and win here, she can improve past these and hopefully beyond.
City of Troy then running across at the Breeders' Cup. Take Me to the Moon, his half sister, running here in this race at Dundalk, and is the tip of Leona Mayer. Let's go live to Dundalk.
Off and running for the fourth, the DundalkStadium.com Fillies Maiden. An informative contest awaits, and one of the first to show is Nell's Dream. Well, Take Me to the Moon with Carolina Jetstream, and then comes Northern Attitude Dramatic, Cradle of Love. Nell's Dream settled in behind the leading front. And Northern Attitude has the lead to Take Me to the Moon. Then comes Cradle of Love Dramatic with the blinkers. And then behind is Carolina Jetstream, and then comes in behind Ethical Code with a keen going Nell's Dream, and hanging badly right-handed along the rails is Matrice. But Take Me to the Moon along the rails, the white face of Northern Attitude, 3 wide Cradle of Love, Carolina Jetstream, Ethical Code just taken off heels. Then comes Nell's Dream, Matrice, and Vev Dramatic finding the pace a little bit hot. And then comes Bundle of Interest, Mary's Not Contrary, has 2 behind Masked Angel, and in rear After Love. Heading for home and Take Me to the Moon, this Uncle Mo, half-sister to City of Troy, to the white-faced Northern Attitude. Then comes Cradle of Love, Vev, Nell's Dream running a big race. Ethical Code, the far side, your eye is drawn to James Ryan, he hasn't moved yet. Under the pump is Carolina Jetstream, but now hitting the front and going on. It is Take Me to the Moon, but very quickly tackled and headed by Ethical Code. Vev picking up stand side, Cradle of Love, but Ethical Code. Can James Ryan get one back on Adam Caffrey and Wayne Hassett? Ethical Code to Vev stand side, Cradle of Love, Carolina Jetstream, Take Me to the Moon's not picking up. Ethical Code, Vev staying on. Vev on the far side, possibly Ethical Code in a photo with Vev, and then comes Carolina Jetstream, Cradle of Love, Take Me to the Moon.
That's a very close call at Dundalk. Very close. We got the likes of Carolina Jetstream, and also involved in that 4-way go Ethical Code. The spread right across the track there it's a very close finish at Dundalk. We will leave it to the judge. You're looking at Carolina Jetstream and Ethical Code being involved with that particular finish. Looking at the slow-mo coming to the line, I'm looking at it now. It's an impossible job for the commentator. The photo finish is between, for me, it looks as if it is Ethical Code in the centre on the far side. Maybe just Ethical Code there, Leo, now ahead of Carolina Jetstream, and the third and fourth horses not far behind.
Yeah, I think you're braver than me. It's very tight on the line, isn't it? And it's one of those heads up, heads down, and because none of them are right next to each other, as soon as you have gaps, it's hard to tell.
No.
Because they're not close to each other, so I'm not sure.
No.
Ethical Code, as you know, has rallied really and tried really hard. Obviously, Maeve, Joseph O'Brien's other one's flying down this near side. I don't know.
Yeah, no, I'm just going by what the cameraman, he seems to focus on the one there, but it's not called yet, so let's wait for the official verdict there. Let's switch codes completely. Let's go from Ethical Code, who's involved in that photo finish at Dundalk, to a different code of racing altogether. We're going jumping. Well, we're not actually going... Well, we are going jumping. We're going to Fakenham. I thought it was a bumper, but it's not. It's the final race of the day there. The 350. We started our show there with the 1250. And in fact, Ethical Code's been called the winner. Just while I've got that in my screen. Ethical Code 71. Mevev's second at 25-1. And Cradle of Love was third at 12-1. They were spread right across the track there. The first home at Dundalk. A commentator's nightmare. We're going to Paddy at Fakenham, where they're at the start. Won't be too much longer before they jump away at Fakenham. And we've got betting for this final race of the afternoon in Norfolk, and it's the 350. It's a handicap chase over 2 miles. And Paddy Catboy, a short price favourite, 65 for Nick Schofield and Christian Williams. And we're almost on post time ahead of the lucky last at Fakenham.
Yeah, well, Christian Williams, he's already had a very well-backed runner on the card, run a very ordinary race.
A little left under pressure there as well. Turning down into the back straight we go. Progressing towards the third last, number 7. Mavis Pike has the advantage. It still stands at about a length. Catboy, though, is poised in second spot. On the left, the orange cap is Hugo Bingo. Simply Gorgeous still in behind horses with Dreams Fled Away on the inside. As they rise, Mavis Pike not good that time. Hit it and didn't really check the momentum, however. She still has the advantage. Catboy, Hugo Bingo, Dreams Fled Away, Simply Gorgeous is in behind those, and then Secret Source and Stop and Search and Charlie Hammond are still in touch. Not in touch though Blitz Spirit. That gamble will go astray. Down towards the second from home. Mavis Pike still has the advantage, then the light blue and maroon. Catboy is now getting bumped along. Hugo Bingo on their outside trying to come up with an effort. Dreams Fled Away untidy back in fourth. Simply Gorgeous is looking to try and extricate for a run. Then comes Secret Source and Stop and Search. Still a few chances, but Mavis Pike, she's skipping along up top, still has the advantage as they spin on in. It's Mavis Pike by a length and a half. Then Hugo Bingo, Dreams Fled Away in third, Catboy and Simply Gorgeous down to the last. Mavis Pike, can they stop her? She still has the advantage of 2. Dreams Fled Away now getting out, trying to run on. Mavis Pike up and over the last. Super Sam is going to do it again. Super Sam makes it 3 on the day. Mavis Pike beats in a second. Dreams Fled Away. Hugo Bingo finished in third and Simply Gorgeous fourth.
Yeah, it's been a great day for Sam Twiston-Davis at Fakenham. He's 3 winners on the board. OPEC won earlier on for him, and he also won the previous race on River Gold. And Mavis Pike has completed a treble for Sam Twiston-Davis at Fakenham. A day to remember for Sam down in Norfolk. Paddy?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, he had to pick himself up off the floor literally after the opener, Gordy, didn't he? But fair play, he's kicked on. He did have some nice rides in the book, and it'd be interesting to look at the numbers, but I'm only going off guesswork here. I just can't recall the Twister having all that many runners at Fakenham. But Mavis Pike on a handicap debut, she's given £3 plus away to the whole field here, and you can see Sam, he was having a bit of a job to get around 1 or 2 of the bends. She's a big girl, Mavis Pike, but she's hit the line very, very strong, done that off a mark of 95, and you would think, although this was an ordinary enough race, she should continue to progress. Again, another disappointment here for Christian Williams. Catboy, always a yard I find hard to get right, Gordy.
I'm just looking through here. All-time record at Fakenham before today for Nigel Twiston-Davis. Where is he? 14 winners from just 101 runners at the track. 14, that's his all-time record.
Well, that would have been even more than I thought, but that's another one to add to the collection today.
Yeah, and I'm looking at Sam Twiston-Davis at Fakenham before today. What was his record there? Bear with me. Jumps display by course all time. Sam Twiston-Davis before today, he was 17 from 99, so he'll be about 20 from 100 and something now at the track.
Yeah, he's had a cracking day, and I mean, in fairness, although he had top weight here, he rode her like the best horse in the race, and that's how it proved. And fantastic jockey, he's a pleasure to watch, isn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. And we're moving on to Newton Abbot. Believe it or not, the final meeting of the year this year at Newton Abbot, and Pat Masterton's final meeting as general manager. I hear the former head of Jockey Club at Aintree has got the gig there down at Newton Abbot. John Baker, so formerly the man in charge of Aintree and Carlisle and Haydock. So that's a good move for him, no doubt, from the tourist industry in Cumbria, where he went after he left Aintree. What we got here? Well, we've got a handicap chase. Well, it's actually the happy retirement to the Pat and Vivian Masterton handicap chase. There you are, after the couple, no doubt, that are bowing out today. There'll be a drink or two, no doubt, a glass or two raised tonight. Sherborne's the 11-4 favourite. Pachacuti 72. We've got Do You Know What I Mean for 4-1. Living on Luco's 5-1. 8-1 bar, Paddy, for the 4 o'clock, the penultimate race at Newton Abbot. The penultimate race at Newton Abbot this year.
Yeah, another very competitive one, Gordy. We've had some good stuff down there today, despite the heavy ground. And this, again, very, very competitive. And this Dan Skelton horse, he is running off the exact same mark that their last winner, Catch'em Derry, returned on, 1:17 for Do You Know What I Mean? And he's looking to get the hat-trick bid up, this fella. And another one, obviously he done his winning round the likes of Lingfield earlier in the year, so he is going to have absolutely no problem with this ground. 233 days since we've last seen him, but he won't mind this ground at all. Actually, that's generally what he's only raced on. Living on Luco, he's pitched straight into a handicap on his first go over fences. You might be slightly worried that they're taking 7 off with the very capable Callum Pritchard on board, but there was plenty to like about Living on Luco. But that mark of 120, it'd be interesting just to see where we're at with him this time round. Clonakilty, he was a little bit hit and miss last year for Ollie Murphy, a little bit all or nothing at times. Another one making his return after the summer break. And Pachacuti for the Dave Pipe team. Over fences, still very lightly raced. He's only been out of the money once in 5 starts, but the Pipe horse cut out pretty quickly in our last race. They certainly would have been disappointed with that. And Sherburne, that was a very good effort when we seen him just shy of 3 weeks ago. And albeit he's an 8-year-old, Gordy, he hasn't exactly got a million miles on the clock, but he's no winning machine. He's only 1 from 10 over fences, but he's been placed a few times. But he is trained by Joe Tizard, who just literally can't do much wrong at the minute. And that man, Freddie Gingell, who was also operating at a fair old strike rate, he gets the leg up on this one. I'm going to take him simply because he's getting weight all round here. But more importantly, he's won with cutting the ground, and he's won at this track, Gordy. So although he's got to give 1 or 2 of these a bit of age, not much, I think he's got plenty going for him. And the fact that he's had that return run could just make the difference here for Sherburne.
That's us bang on post time then for the penultimate race of the season at Newton Abbot, and it's Sherburne. That's the pick for Paddy Aspel, the 5-2 favourite. Living on Luco is 100-30, same price. Pachacuti, we've got 6-1, know when to hold them. 15-2, Do You Know What I Mean? And it is 12-1 bar. Coming into line then for the 4 o'clock at Newton Abbot. Let's go back live to Martin Harris.
Over 2 miles and 5.5 furlongs for the happy retirement Pat and Vivian Masterson handicap chase. 12 plain fences to cross along the way. Pachacuti led over the first from Sherborne. They're all out over the opening obstacle. Clonakilty jumped it to the right, settled in the last trio. Do You Know What I Mean's dropped out last as the leaders come to jump the second. Pachacuti from Sherborne, followed over by Know When to Hold 'Em on the inside of Living on Luco. They're the leading quartet, and there's a break of 4 or 5 lengths back to the other trio, comprising of Clonakilty, Manila Blueway, and Do You Know What I Mean. Pachacuti in front of Sherborne, heading into the first turn with 3/4 of a length between them. Living on Luco is just shading Know When to Hold 'Em for third. And then after a break of 3 lengths, Clonakilty's held up in 5th place in front of Manila Blueway and Do You Know What I Mean. They're about to jump fence number 3 on the side. Pachacuti from Sherborne as they pick up. Sherborne jumping up sides Pachacuti, who just backed off it a fraction. 2 lengths to Living on Luco and Know When to Hold 'Em. Break of 4 to Clonakilty, and then Do You Know What I Mean and Manila Blueway coming over the first on the far side. Pachacuti from Sherborne, Know When to Hold 'Em landed a little bit steep on the inside of Living on Luco as they run on towards fence number 5. Front 4 remain clear of the other 3 as Pachacuti leads them over the 5th, which they've all taken safely. Last to clear it was Manila Blueway. So the next 2 fences omitted, so a long gallop before they leave the ground again. Pachacuti leads them past the open ditch and into the turn, 3 parts up on Sherborne, and then a length and a half to Living on Luco, Know When to Hold 'Em, and then the break of 3-4 lengths or so to Do You Know What I Mean, who's moved up sides Clonakilty, a length in front of Manila Blueway. Safely round the old water jump and on the approach to the home straight, having covered almost a circuit. Pachacuti's made all to this point. Sherborne has sat on his quarters since flagfall. Living on Luco and Know When to Hold 'Em track the front pair, and they remain several lengths clear of the last trio. Coming over fence number 6, Pachacuti, Sherborne, Living on Luco, Know When to Hold 'Em. Clonakilty on the outside of Do You Know What I Mean. Manila Blueway last of the 7. At fence number 7, Pachacuti rose in front of Sherborne, with Living on Luco and Know When to Hold 'Em up sides, 2 lengths off the front pair. Break of 4 or 5 lengths to Do You Know What I Mean, who's beginning to bridge the gap and has gone clear of Clonakilty and Manila Blueway, who race in the last pair. On the turn towards fence number 8, Pachacuti and Sherborne continue to dominate. Living on Luco and Know When to Hold 'Em continue to race up sides one another. Then follows Do You Know What I Mean, who's closing in on the leading quartet going to the 8th. And then Clonakilty and Manila Blueway in the last pair. Over the 8th, Pachacuti, Sherborne, the leading pair, Living on Luco and Know When to Hold 'Em, right behind. And then 3 lengths to the closing, Do You Know What I Mean? And Manila Blueway has relegated Clonakilty to be last. Over the first on the back straight, 4 out. Pachacuti rose in front of Sherborne, and then Living on Luco, Know When to Hold 'Em switched to the outside in 4th. Then Do You Know What I Mean as they arrive at the 3rd from home, where Know When to Hold 'Em was untidy. The last 2 to clear it, Manila Blueway and Clonakilty. So a long gallop on the level before they reach 2 out. It's Pachacuti with Sherborne almost up sides as they bypass the open ditch. Living on Luco and Know When to Hold 'Em continue to race up sides in 3rd and 4th, with Do You Know What I Mean only a length behind in 5th, and then a break of 3 or 4 lengths to Clonakilty. Manila Blueway is struggling last of all. on the crown of the home turn, bypassing the water. Sherborne is sent to the front by Freddie Gingell from long-time leader Pachacuti, who's responding. Living on Luco and Do You Know What I Mean, who's coming after them. The next two, Know When to Hold 'Em, appears to have weakened, and the other two have been left well behind. Coming towards 2 out, it's Sherborne on the outside of Pachacuti with Do You Know What I Mean jumping into a close third, and then Living on Luco. Sherborne with the advantage between the last two fences, couple of lengths in front of Living on Luco. Do You Know What I Mean a further length away. Sherborne slowed going into the last, allowing Living on Luco and Do You Know What I Mean to come up sides halfway on the run-in. It's Living on Luco from the rallying Sherborne. Living on Luco beats Sherborne, whose slow jump at the last cost him the race. Do You Know What I Mean ran third, clear of Pachacuti and Minella Blue Way, and they were the only ones to finish. Pulled up.
There we are. That was the 4 o'clock from Newton Abbott. Living on Luco, second choice of the punters, wins on a handicap debut. We're getting straight across to action at Nottingham. The 4:08 is upcoming. Let's have a check at the top of the market. Isle of Wolves 9-4. Diffident Spirit is 4. 5-1 becomes now 9-2 about Dogged, and it's 6-1 Star Start. And we have then 13-2 late money coming in for Star of St James. But Leona, this is your race to preview. Very good afternoon to you, and we've made it quite a difficult one for you here. 3-1 the field.
Yeah, you're not joking. We're not. I'm not that hopeful of signing off with a winner at Nottingham, if I'm honest. They're always tricky, these amateur races. A lot of it obviously is based on kind of riders. Do we know them? Are they experienced? Have they ridden the horse before? Is the horse a tricky ride? You know, there's all those things to consider, because you're not just considering the horse and their form. The riders, you know, matter in these kind of races, and the majority of these I've heard of, and they've had a few rides, and they've all, you know, most of them have had a few winners as well, so that counts to plenty. Obviously we know Serena Brotherton, obviously Becky Smith's really well known, she's very good. A couple of others in here, Sarah Bowen, she's had lots of rides. Obviously Marco Scudamore is Tom Scudamore's daughter, so plenty of riders that I'm you know, happy enough with. I do think that Isle of Wolves is really reliable, has been so consistent. This rider, Hannah Dring, as well as 1-2 on Isle of Wolves, saw out the 10 furlongs really well last time at Redcar with juice in the ground. I think there's a couple in here who will be keen and will make the plenty of pace in the race. Isle of Wolves isn't one of those early pace kind of exchange horses, so we'll hopefully let them get on with it, and I would imagine that will be the one that comes and picks up the pieces.
Yeah, there's been a late move for Isle of Wolves. Was available at 3, just a couple of moments ago. Now 9-4, did touch 2s, 4-1 Diffident Spirit. We've got 9-2 Dogged continues to be back for Rebecca Menzies and Becky Smith, and it's 6-1 bar. Last couple are going in. Orange Martini is going to be one of the last. Let's get ourselves over to John Blantz.
Almost ready. Orange Martini's in. They're ready. Gates back and away they go. They are racing. Relatively slow start there from Contrast, and Isle of Wolves could have been a bit sharper from the gates as well, just in mid-division in the early stages of the AJA Amateur Jockeys Handicap over the 10 furlongs, and really sharp early speed from Star Start has gone into a 3 or 4 length advantage already to Oldbourne, who races in second, then Star of St James, the dark green and white colours, who races in third spot. They're then followed by Dogged, who's in fourth there in the red and yellow colours. They're followed by the pink jacket of Isle of Wolves, and then after that Tortured Soul in the yellow. Then Grey Dars, followed then by Orange Martini. Contrast towards the rear of the field, and anchored right at the back is Diffident Spirit, who often comes from the rear. Is going to have to do that again today, making their way down towards the end of the back straight. Star Start is going along at a decent clip in the hands of Charlie Parker. 2 in second position. Towards the outside we have Star of St James, who's moved into a more prominent posse. Oldbourne's at the inside in third. Right round the outside, Grey Dars gets a little bit closer. They're then followed by Tortured Soul. Right up the inside still there is Dogged. Then the pink jacket of Isle of Wolves, who's still sort of towards rear of mid-division at the moment. Then Grey Dars, Contrast, followed then by Diffident Spirit, who's last but one as they make the turn at the top of the track. And right at the rear of the field there, we've got Orange Martini. They're swinging for home with just over 4 furlongs left to go. Towards the Lear side, Star Start, who kicked on early, is now getting rather tired. Star of St James, the dark green and yellow colours, also followed towards the far side there by Oldbourne, who's sticking to that far side rail. Now creeping closer is Isle of Wolves in the pink jacket. Dogged is trying to stay on. Contrast is getting going from the back of the field as well. Heading on down now towards the final 2.5 furlongs. Star of St James has moved smoothly to the front to Aldbourne in second. Here comes Isle of Wolves, who was slowly away, but is now getting into this very nicely indeed. The pink jacket, the sheepskin noseband. Tortured Soul gets a bit closer. Dogged is sticking on doggedly, and then after that staying on his Contrast as well. There's been a hard gallop in this race from the start. One or two of them now beginning to feel the effects, but it's Isle of Wolves who's picked its way through the field to go on as they go inside the final furlong, and is skipping away in this very soft ground here at Nottingham this afternoon. And it's Isle of Wolves for Hannah Dring, who's well clear and racing up towards the line, wins as he likes. Isle of Wolves the winner. In second position, Contrast. Dogged finished in third. Fourth horse home, Star of St James.
Yeah, Market's rather got that right in the end, hasn't it? Isle of Wolves came in for late support, travelling oh so well into the race. As a matter of what was going to be under the bonnet, there was enough there and more. Besides, Contrast has kept on under Serena Brotherton into second, and Dogged, we mentioned about the late move for that one each way. If you backed each way, Dogged, you're going to get a dividend. That was the 408 at Newton Abbot. Confirmation at Newton. Sorry, that was the 408. I did big about Nottingham. The conditions are probably Newton Abbot-esque, aren't they? Living on Luca was the winner, by the way, at Newton Abbot, beating Sherman 7-2 and 5-2 Fab, and we'll confirm there's SPs for you at Nottingham. Dundalk, that is where we're going to head next. We've got a maiden upcoming. That's the 4:15. Thanks for all your emails, by the way. It's been good to be listening and reading all your emails. I know that Gordy's responded to quite a few of them along the way. It's been I say some interesting thoughts that I've read on there, but let's move on because we must talk about this next race upcoming at Dundalk, and this is a maiden where we've got one or two blue bloods on the way, including a 720 grand euro purchase rather than pounds, but nevertheless it's not cheap, is it? Still 720,000 euro. That's First Wave, who's going to be the market leader here, and First Wave at 11-8. We've got Serengeti at 11-4, 7-2 from fives. That's Hostility on a third start for Joseph O'Brien. Aeon's Aegis is 17-2. Washington Street's very easy. J. Lions charge at 10-1 from 17-2, and then we're into 25-1 and bigger the rest. Runners are currently at the post for this contest, Leona. We've got First Wave at the top of the market. One of the big purchases as far as the market is concerned, of course, Wharton Bassett, a very, very popular sire. Gavin Ryan's aboard today, and the market at the moment, very, very sweet on the chances this afternoon.
Yeah, as you say, nice pedigree, cost an absolute fortune, 720,000 euros as a yearling. I have to say, he doesn't look the biggest down at the start. He's not as strapping as a few of them. Looked quite well on his coat. Obviously ran well on the beating the neck. He was 5-1. He did have a £5 claimer on, so I think that's always something to consider, isn't it? Because yes, he was only beating a neck, but carried a fair bit less weight than a few. So just, something to consider when you're thinking of weights and measures with them. Obviously, Serengeti, pretty well beaten last time, but a better run on a solid surface the time before. Hostility, both runs were okay. I thought didn't run too badly on either of those. We've got, one or two newcomers in here, but look, I don't really know between those top couple, and most people usually don't with all these O'Brien horses in here. I did think, however, that Traranda was too big a price. I know at one point was 25. I think it's drifted out now, so it's even bigger. Ran quite well on debut. Has kind of done a bit of a mixed bag. Highly tried last time in a Group 3, wasn't anywhere near good enough for that. Goes down in trip and will be the one that we see staying on, I would imagine. Obviously tried a mile last time, which just didn't suit. But I think 7 furlongs on an artificial surface may well be to Charanda's liking. So from a betting monetary point of view, that will be the each way selection.
4-0, 40-1 if you're fancying rowing in with Lewin there on Charanda, and Robert Verti, very good jockey actually. I've seen quite a bit of him this season. The runners are starting to go forward, so 40-1 if you want to be rowing in. Of course, if you're backing each way, you don't have to have too much on to find out. That's what I always say to punters. First Wave 11-8 though, that is the market leader. We have got 9-4 about the second favourite. That's Serengeti. 4-1 Hostility. Aeon's Aegis is 11-2, and Washington Street. I can't believe the drift on Washington Street. Of course, the stable had the previous race winner, but this one absolutely friendless, Leona.
Yeah, and that's got to be a concern, hasn't it? We don't know when there's absolutely no money for horses. You're wondering whether they've got worked up, whether they've been silly, whether connections just think that their horse isn't good enough, and there'll be another day further down the line in the handicap.
Yeah, Ains Aegis is getting quite worked up just behind the gate. Just watching Ains Aegis, who's having a first time out. This sort of not this time. Well, the market seems to be suggesting not this time as well, having seen how he's behaving. But the runners are going in pretty speedily. Don't forget, of course, folks, that we have got Kempton Park upcoming, the 4:23, not that far away. So we will be welcoming Ken along to hopefully pick us away a few winners from what he can see with his eyes at the track. But Bosphorus Rose, I can tell you, as far as the market's concerned, is the 9-4 favourite for our first visit of the afternoon to Kempton, and we will be there in just a matter of moments. But last few runners are going in, and once again, Ains Aegis is really not enjoying a pleasant race day experience, unless so Dylan Brown McGonigal atop about this the one horse here. Let's get a
Rail Serengeti, first wave Sharanda, and then in behind in the white is Grand Dante with Washington Street. Then comes Ains Aegis with Orida with two to first wave. Gavin Ryan, Hostility and Wayne Hassett needing a winner to draw level once again with James Ryan as they head for home with over a quarter of a mile to run. Alaskan Red running around a little bit, showing greenness. To in second place Serengeti, Hostility the far side. Sharanda trying to stay on as Ains Aegis. Washington Street with a run stand side. First wave looking to pick up and running around and wandering under pressure. Serengeti first wave with the white cap. Two Derek Smith runners settle down to battle it out, and a Serengeti to first wave, and the more experienced Serengeti picking up to first wave in second. Hostility inside the final furlong, and it's running away now. Serengeti scores to first wave. Hostility, Ains Aegis and Washington Street.
Serengeti, the second in the betting for Trader Ed O'Brien, has been a stable companion to
her best work late and stepping up to a mile. For all that it probably won't be quite as far as she wants in time, tonight might be far enough, because she is the market leader, and if coming on and progressing as you'd expect from that opening outing, she might be quite a tough nut to crack. And she's the only one really who throughout the day has stayed fairly solid in the markets. A fair few have drifted, but she's not. She's been pretty level at that price. One that has drifted is Chili Queen, who goes to the Andrew Balding team. David Probert taking the ride for this newcomer, a daughter of Havana Gold, a sister to a US Stakes winner, and a half-sister to another winner out of a Sir Percy Dam, who also won. The pedigree generally says she wants much further than a mile in time. It's a bit like Bosphorus Rose in that regard. The slightly disconcerting thing for me is that she wears a first-time hood on debut, which I never really want to see, because it suggests that she might be a little bit keen in her work. That is number 13 going in, Bella Dama for Rob Hornby and Johnny Portman, another debutant here. Johnny Portman with his family, not necessarily known for winning first time out. They tend to get better with age. That said, he did saddle a 1-2 at Leicester recently on their respective debuts. Other horses in this race, Nanny Park has been quite well supported. Another daughter of Golden Horn, just like Bosphorus Rose, who is a half-sister to a winner over a mile, and her dam Meets Me Halfway was a winner on the all-weather as a 2-year-old. So that's pretty encouraging. She's a half-sister to a decent winner, and actually is out of a half-sister to a champion hurdle winner in Sublimity. So, again, quite a lot of stamina in the pedigree further down the line for Nanny Park, and you'd expect further than this trip to suit in time. But the James Fanshawe team, they've had 3 winners, I think, from their last 5 runners, or 2 from the last 5. Anyway, they're in really good nick at the moment, the James Fanshawe team. So, Nanny Park, no surprise really to see a bit of money for that one. The other one I should mention, just going to the stalls there, is Pure Theory. A nice pedigree for this one. A daughter of Ulysses, who cost 25,000. Didn't make any impression on debut at Bath, when the heavy ground may not have suited, but is a half-sister to 5 winners, and on this very different surface tonight, has a chance to show what she can do. Okay, last 3 about to go forward then for this opening race on the card. It's the 4:23, a mile restricted novice, and Bosphorus Rose really is the only one for market support, apart from possibly American Gal, who has also been backed in 6-1 in the last few moments or so. A newcomer for Ed Walker, who certainly knows how to get a first-timer up in the winner's enclosure. Right, last couple going forwards, and we can say a very good afternoon/evening to John Hunt in the commentary box.
Good evening to you. Yeah, it feels evening, doesn't it? Getting dark very, very quickly now, isn't it? Patagonia Girl going forward, and Freedom Bay also to step in. Just these 2, and then we'll be set for the Unibet British Stallion Stud ZBF Fillies Restricted Novice Stakes race. They edge forward together. We're just about good to go. Race 1 this evening, over a mile. And they're off and racing. One who was really slowly away was Chili Queen. A little better was Maeva, and also right at the back end of the field early is Tracy Lord, as they move through the first furlong or so, and up front the advantage held by Pure Theory. Pure Theory stacking them up. The pace not at all strong here. Bosphorus Rose is front rank, so too is Pacifist, who's very much to the fore as well. Now moving up as well on their wide outside is Freedom Bay. Might well be the overall leader, that one. American Gal's just in behind those. American Gal is then being followed slightly further back by Cheetah, who's slightly better than mid-division. Bella Dama is also there. Last of all now as they move back round in towards the home straight. So Freedom Bay leading them up, Bosphorus Rose in second place, and then against the rail third is Pacifist. Going fine, looking for a little bit of an out is Pure Theory. Ahead of that one though is the staying on American Gal in the orange cap. Then there's a little bit of a break now back to the likes of the staying on Patagonia Girl. They head then down to the final furlong, and inside it, it'll now just be American Gal who sweeps to the front from Bosphorus Rose. Now Patagonia Girl opening up down the outside, finishing off very nicely indeed, but this winner's gone, and that winner is going to be American Gal. American Gal it is, from Patagonia Girl in second place. That was a run full of promise. Just in behind those, Bosphorus Rose, and slightly further back to the likes of Nanny Park.
quite apt. During Breeders' Cup week, American Gal makes a winning debut and does this in pretty emphatic fashion, really, in the end, seeing off Patagonia, who flew for second, and in third, filling that spot once again, Bosphorus Rose, as she did on her debut. But the winner, that was the Saffie Osborne Ed Walker represented American Gal, defying a wide draw in 11 and returning at 5-1. Very well back before the off. A daughter of Kamiko, this was, cost 25,000 as a yearling, and definitely has a pedigree worth noting in terms of winners. 6 winners as near relations, half of whom actually are in the US, perhaps hence the name, out of a Grand Slam mare who also won in America. The trainer is now 3 from 16 with 2-year-olds on the weather this year, as American Gal has improved on what was a decent enough strike rate, although perhaps not quite as good as his 3-year-olds on the same surface. But at this point, American Gal has come over from that wide draw and got a perfect position, really, just tracking through Bosphorus Rose, who has broken pretty well today, had every chance in the vanguard there, was in position A, really, if you like, and did hit the front inside the final half furlong or so, but was soon overhauled by American Gal, who just had a nice target to aim at, brought her into the race pretty nicely, and is kept on well for a nice victory. Just looking at Patagonia in behind, she's had to come from some way back, this daughter of Australia, the Hugo Palmer trained filly, who was only 11th to 13 3 weeks ago here, but has certainly improved on that and has learned plenty. You can see her still a little bit green in behind, but she's powered home as soon as she's got her legs sorted out, and looks one to keep on side for the future, that's for sure, particularly over a trip like this, perhaps even further. The winner will no doubt get further in time, as will the third. We mentioned that beforehand, Bosphorus Rose, who definitely wants further than a mile and is likely going to end up at a mile and a half plus, you would think. No surprise, really, that she's been done by a turn of foot to one who's been slightly quicker than her in the run, in American Gal. Of the others in behind, I thought Pure Theory showed more promise than was the case last time. I think this daughter of Ulysses has appreciated this surface rather than the heavy ground that she saw on her debut, and that was much more like it. I think there'll be races within her compass at some stage. And on the inside, Pacifist has made late ground up in the style of a decent one going forward. This daughter of Australia for Charlie Johnston, and the other one to make money, ground, I should say, on the far side was Nanny Park for the James Fanshawe team. A very encouraging debut. Late gains, never really going to get on terms, but at the same time, that late headway was pretty notable, really, from Nanny Park. But the winner, that was a good performance on debut from American Gal, Saffie Osborne and Ed Walker teaming up. Time to get back to the studio and wish Tom Stanley a very good late afternoon.
Yeah, it's about there, isn't it? Thanks very much, Tom. Welcome along, everyone, to the evening proper. We've still got a bit more to go from Dundalk, and then we've got Kempton in its entirety. We'll go through to 8:30 tonight at Kempton. And we've got 8 more races to get through. I'll say hello to the studio team in with me very shortly. But American Gal won at 5-1. Saffie Osborne.
Who's taken over from Copper Jack as they encounter the first left-hand turn. Elysian Knight up the inside of Cryptic Jim in 3rd and 4th. Fortunate Fella settles just off the pace in front of Our Brown-Eyed Girl. Then follows Idaho's Sun, racing out wide of Sure to Be Sure, and Cossack Dudery and Supreme Molinas, both confidently ridden from well off the pace, which is set by Gentleman to Boot and Copper Jack, who enter the home straight separated by a length on the first occasion. Elysian Knight and Cryptic Jim are running 3rd and 4th. Fortunate Fella is next, then Our Brown-Eyed Girl, Sure to Be Sure and Idaho's Sun. Cossack Dudery 1 from last, and Supreme Molinas remains the back marker. Heading up to past the enclosures in the 2024 season finale, and it's Gentleman to Boot who takes them past the judge in front of Copper Jack. Fortunate Fella taking closer order, moves 3rd around the outside of Elysian Knight, relegating Cryptic Jim to be a handy 5th. Then follows Our Brown Eyed Girl right up the inside from Sure to Be Sure and Idaho Sun, Cossack Doodery, and finally Supreme Malinas. Down the side they head, having gone through halfway, led by Gentleman to Boot from Copper Jack, Fortunate Fella, Elysian Knight, Cryptic Jim. Then Our Brown Eyed Girl on the inside, followed as they bear left-handed into the back by Sure to Be Sure and Idaho Sun, who race up sides, couple of lengths to Cossack Doodery, and finally Supreme Malinas, still about 10 lengths front to back as they work their way down the back straight. It's Gentleman to Boot just in front on the inside of Copper Jack. Fortunate Fella tracks them with Elysian Knight on the inside and Cryptic Jim between the two. Our Brown Eyed Girl, Idaho Sun, the next couple. Sure to Be Sure is beginning to back out of it now. First to come off the bridle, drops to the rear as they approach the turn out of the back. Gentleman to Boot from Copper Jack, Elysian Knight, Cryptic Jim, Fortunate Fella now being chased along. Then follows Our Brown Eyed Girl, Idaho Sun, Cossack Doodery obliged to make headway wide. Supreme Malinas is last of the main body of runners. Sure to Be Sure has become tailed off. They're approaching the final 3 furlongs. The home turn upcoming. Gentleman to Boot from the ridden along Copper Jack. Elysian Knight, Cryptic Jim. Idaho Sun is making headway. Then follows Cossack Doodery and Supreme Malinas, who's making headway between horses. They've gone clear of the rest. Less than a quarter of a mile to go. Gentleman to Boot from Supreme Malinas and Idaho Sun, who've gone off in pursuit. Cryptic Jim is fourth and keeping on. The others are held. Gentleman to Boot from Idaho Sun on the outside. Supreme Malinas trying to thread the Iver Needle into the final 50 yards they go. Supreme Malinas, Idaho Sun, Idaho Sun. Supreme Malinas cross up sides, having both gone past Gentleman to Boot in the final furlong. Cryptic Jim is home in fourth. Cossack Doodery was fifth, and they were clear of the remainder.
him again ahead of Altamira. This one, I'm out to Chris Hayes. Blinkers on today, as is customary. Stall number 5 just gets a push into the gates, and the last one to go forward will be number 10, Ferrari Desert. A better effort by that one last time. Can often give problems in the gates. Watch him at the start.
All in. Off and running for the Christmas party nights at Dundalk Stadium. Handicap and first to show from a wide draws Chestnutter, and then along the rails is Moyasser, and then comes Barnhill Rose. Also showing early pace is Rumbled Again, just ahead of a keen going Altamara as they settle down, and it's Moyasser on the inside with the cheek pieces. Barnhill Rose, Chestnutter now noses to the front to Barnhill Rose, and then Rumbled Again, Altamara yet to settle, Moyasser on the rails, Rasadat, and then in behind in the stars is Lilikoi, just ahead of Aquila, and then comes Cherry Pink along the rails. Desert, 3 from Rear Seas and Oceans. Golden Days has one behind, and that one is A Memory. So as they swing for home, Barnhill Rose in the hands of Joey Sheridan. In second place is Chestnutter, James Ryan. Rumbled Again, Robert Werity, Altamara, Moyasser. Then comes Shimmers in company with Rassidat, and then comes Lolikoi, Cherry Pink and the Stripes, Aquila, Ferrari Desert. Seas and Oceans has 2 behind Golden Days and looking on A Memory. So as they head for home, 2.5 to run, and Chestnutter takes over. Chestnutter, Barnhill Rose, Rumbled Again, Altamara travels well. Then comes Moyasser, Shimmers, the far side Ferrari Desert, Lolikoi, and then behind us Lolikoi is Aquila running on from the rear of Memory, but Chestnutter by about a head to Altamara. Rumbled Again as they hit the furlong and a half, and it's Altamara to Chestnutter. Rumbled Again, Moyasser, the Ferrari Desert, Golden Days from the rear, and the far side Ferrari Desert takes over to Moyasser. Altamara the centre of the track, and it's Ferrari Desert, Moyasser, Altamara, Ferrari Desert at the line, Ferrari Desert, Moyasser, Altamara, Cherry Pink and Golden Days in a photo.
Mark Five's golden run keeps up, and a nice winner, of course, with Rhythm King at Galway on Monday, and Ferrari Desert gets off the mark here today, following a good effort last time, keeping on well to beat Moyasser back in second, and a gamble, Altamira getting going late on again down towards the stand side to be third. Good run by that one, considering the way in which the race developed.
Enrolled is one of those who's pretty keen. So too on the outside, Cashlin Cavalier, and likewise Rogue Endeavour, together with Graduated towards the inside. The back markers, Solar Army, and last of all is Orchard as they swing round for home. Footwork leading, approaching the final 3 furlongs. Footwork at a length in front. Carl Carlston in second place. Radif comes next. No time for chit-chat, is now on the hurry-up on the outside. In 4th place, scrubbed along. Angelica Bay attempting to defy a big drift in the market. Next in the field, Enrolled is staying on promisingly, and from the back, Graduated picking up a few places too as they head for home. Footwork, Radif, the challenger, over on the far side. Carl Carlston is with them. There's still a chance for Enrolled, who's coming between runners. Angelica Bay's down the outside, and Graduated still staying on. It is still Footwork who's out in front from Radif, and Enrolled who's trying to inch ever closer. Footwork up towards the line. Footwork squeezing out the win. Footwork it is. Radif in second. Then in third position came Enrolled.
Yeah, Footwork shimmies his way to victory and does it well from the front, actually. Richard Kingston controlling the fractions in really good style there. Set a pretty stop-start pace with plenty in behind, quite keen in the opening part of that contest. And in the end, nothing could get past him. Good performance there from Footwork, second start on the handicap, and first win on the board for trainer Charlie Johnston, returning 10-1 in our 5 o'clock. And a good run too, back in second from Radif, who was in the box seat really. I thought Enrolled ran a massive race, considering he was quite keen in the early part of the race, and is the only one really to have made much headway from out of the pack. Indeed, going past Carl Carlston in the final throws, in the style of a horse who is probably quite well handicapped off that mark of 73. Might just need the race run to suit a little bit better, because Footwork rather stole it from the front there, and has kept on, to his credit, really well when challenged. Actually, has pulled out plenty in the closing stages, and builds on that course and distance third of last time, when he just sort of faltered in front a little bit, but there was no worry about that today, was there? Perhaps setting that nice easy fraction from the front has helped in that regard, but no doubt he's an improving performer at this low level, and well done to Richard Kingston. That was a good ride aboard Footwork.
Yeah, and poured it on from the front, and just wasn't for passing late on. I don't know what Rach and Steve thought as it developed, but there was nothing finishing with a wet sail per se. Rach, she'll take it back to the start. Footwork came out of 8 under Richard Kingscote, and was always travelling pretty much within himself to get towards the front range.
Yeah, I mean, he was one of 2 horses that had speed that was signed on to this race. Graduated was the other one who just did not show up from the inside draw, so he was able to go and get a relatively easy lead. He did have Carl Carlston just hounding him around the outside, and he sort of petered out after it. Radif, who was second, sitting in the really perfect position, right in behind the leaders. The third, Enrolled, he's about mid-div. You can just see Danny Muscat's head bobbing up and down, just trying to keep control of him. A bit keen. He ran over a mile last time, and the way he sort of grounded out to get up to third in the finish here suggests that maybe straight back up in trip will definitely suit him in time. But Footwork had more experience than his main rivals, as they were both having their handicap debut off 3 runs. Footwork had already shown decent form in higher level handicaps than this. He's a big horse, so a track like Kempton very much will suit him, and coming into this he was consistent, so now he's a winning consistent runner.
Steve?
Yeah, the form of his last run worked out quite well. The winner went on to win a French listed race. But it's all about the pace of the race here, isn't it? Not a lot's changed. And the horses that caught my attention, Solar Army has come from plumb last and has been weaving through, and had absolutely no chance the way the race was run. Solar Army is definitely handicapped to win a small race somewhere, and I think Orchard will bear fruit at some point. He came from, that's terrible really, but he has come from a similar position and is plugged on. Maybe might want a little bit further or something like that, but there's certainly promising signs there. My fancy never had any chance, was caught wide and was pushed wider and was keen, so not my finest hour there, but the race was very much run around the horses at the front and Footwork. How many times have we seen a Johnston horse take advantage of that?
Yeah, and pretty relentless on the front end. Did you have a final thought, Rachel?
Other than Angelica Bay, who was absolutely friendless, just plugged on to finish 4th, she hit an almighty flat spot.
Very well done to Richard Kingsker there, riding Footwork to victory. Just saying in the studio and on track as well from me, I thought that was a pretty good, well-controlled ride from the front there.
Well, he down tools nicely in front, had a nice bit of flow. I thought the last day we had a keen one up our inside, just messed him around a little bit and over-raced. Today was much smoother and he pulled out the stops.
Yeah, and to his credit, he did keep finding in the closing stages.
Yeah, he did, yeah, exactly.
And you got a ride the next. Worthington Lake have the 2 starts so far. I thought progressed nicely from first to second starts.
Took a massive step forward. Hopefully she can take another step forward.
Good stuff, well done.
Thank you.
And then comes Slow Down Barney with Morph Speed, and just a couple of lengths further back to Glide Ranger. So circuit to race. Along the rails is Numidia to the grey, Action Motion, then a line of 4 working inside out, Dr. Grace, Velvet and Vine, Highland King and Begley's Forge. Begley's Forge just trapped a little bit wide. Then a break of a length in 3 parts to Pickpool, Imperial Mist and Chopsticks, and then the similar distance back to the next line of 3, which is Forleo, Slow Down Barney and Morph Speed, and Glide Ranger just sitting a little bit out of the kickback. A mile to race in the Happy Halloween Handicap, and Numidia by 3 parts to Action Motion, then a length to Begley's Forge, with on its inside is Velvet and Vine and Dr. Grace for the Dundalk Racing Club. Then there comes the White-Face Highland King and Chopsticks, Imperial Mist and Pickpool mid-div with Morph Speed. Then 3 wide is Forleo, Slow Down Barney, and then comes the blinker to Glide Ranger. So inside the final 7 furlongs, and Numidia goes on by over a length to Action Motion, and then comes still disputing third, Dr. Grace with the sheepskin noseband in the centre, Velvet and Vine, and 3 wide Begley's Forge. Then comes the light colours of Highland King, and on the inside the check sleeves of Chopsticks, who travels strongly, Morph Speed the pink, with Imperial Mist the yellow and green, and the stripes of Pickpool inside the final 6. 3/4 of a mile to run, and it's Numidia trying to slip the field to Action Motion. Then comes Begley's Forge, the first to crack, to Velvet and Vine and Dr. Grace, Highland King, who sits on the outside of Chopsticks, Pickpool, Imperial Mist and Morph Speed, Forleo waited with. Glide Ranger has now gone past Slow Down Barney. Swinging for home, and it's Numidia. Numidia has the lead in the hands of Luke McAteer by 2 to Action Motion, Velvet and Vine, and then comes Dr. Grace, and Begley's Forge to credit is plugging away to Pickpool and Highland King. Forleo has made a rapid move to get much closer, but is already off the bridle as they head for home. And it's Numidia quickly now joined by Action Motion, then comes in behind Velvet and Vine and Pickpool, Forleo. Glide Ranger beginning to consent to run on. The far side as you look is Dr. Grace, but Numidia wandering. 2 in second place, Forleo, Pickpool, Velvet and Vine. Glide Ranger under hands and heels running on very strongly. Numidia, Forleo, Glide Ranger, Chopsticks, Dr. Grace, but now Glide Ranger hits the front. Glide Ranger given every chance, and away he's gone. And a hands and heel ride to perfection by James Ryan. That's 2 clear he goes. Glide Ranger scores, Forleo, Chopsticks and Velvet and Vine.
What a day for James Ryan. That puts him 2 clear in the apprentice title, and what a ride as well. The quirky Glide Ranger, dead last out of the gates, 5 lengths behind the field at the winning post with a circuit to go. He's the best finisher down towards the stand side in the race for the grade of horse that they already got racing very early from midfield, mid-pack if you like, to halfway down the back. Numidia tried to stretch her rivals, and that one began to wander under pressure and of slow motion stuff, and it's left to the winner. Held up at this point in time, dead last, just latching onto the back of the field. It's almost like Glide Ranger when he gets passing a rival or 2, he clicks into gear. And at 1.5 miles here today, after running well over 1.25 miles last time, he's had the extra 1.5 miles to stay on, and he keeps on well to beat Forleo. Also left a shot in the yellow cap. A good run by that one, given he's got most of his best form on with an ease in the ground on Polytrack here today for Forleo. No match for Glide Ranger, and a huge result for rider James Ryan. Of course, Adam Caffrey, 2 winners earlier on today to level it, make it a 3-way tie for the title. James Ryan though struck back with 2 winners, and with 2 meetings left to go, it's put him in pole position ahead of Adam Caffrey and Wayne Hassett. He streaks clear to win by 3 lengths. Glide Ranger keeps up the good run for James's boss, of course, Tom McCourt, who's having a fine season as well, and I'm sure he'll get a big kick out of getting this horse to win a race here today. But he's been working his way back to a good level of form, and he gets a nice win here at an all-important time. The compaction of the field was evident at this point in time as the leader in the media began to tire that one drifting to his right and maybe impinging on Action Motion, and the horse Felvin and Vine was handy. Momentum was with the eventual winner who swept down the outside to beat Forleo back in second, and Chopsticks a good return to action by that one. The winner though, Tom, big day here for apprentice James Ryan. 2 winners after Adam Caffrey getting too early on. He's gone 2 clear with 2 meetings left to go in the apprentice title. What a way to kick it off with 2 meetings left ahead of the weekend. Be interested to see what develops ahead of that.
Yeah, on his 431st ride as well. He's had more than Wayne and Adam, but he is 2 clear of Wayne, and in turn another couple clear of Adam. It's gone right down to the wire, hasn't it? It will continue. James Ryan has won here on Glide Ranger, 11-2. Folio was second, 3-1 favourite. Chopsticks third, 5-1. All 13 ran Glide Ranger, 11-2, the winner. form, particularly the Desert Flower Run, and then just touched off last time. But plenty of interest in behind. She's at 10 to 11 now, Tom.
Yeah, cheers, Tom. We got 3 shades of blue at the top of the market, haven't we? With Dash of Azure, Bermuda Longtail, and of course the all blue of Dancing Colours. And the market only seems to want to know about 2 of them, really, in terms of who's going to win the race. That being Dash of Azure, who's looking for that victory on her 3rd start and have the 2 seconds thus far, both in decent enough races and both beaten by decent horses in their own right, particularly the first one, of course. Oh dear, that's not good to see. Hopefully that Georgia Derby is okay. That's not what you want. Just came reversing through the rail there aboard Leading Star and jumped off. I assume they'll have a look at both horse and rider, but luckily doesn't appear to be any harm done. She's being a horse that is led somewhere, not entirely sure where, but hopefully back towards the front of the stalls, or behind the stalls. And yeah, they're going to have a look at her, I'd imagine, after that little run-in with the railing there. But had the 2 starts already, Leading Stars. You expect her, of these, to have a little bit more know-how and nous. But clearly she's still learning. Looks one for handicaps, as I said in the parade ring, having had 2 starts that weren't particularly overwhelming in terms of ability shown. Yeah, she's not really enjoying this very much, is she, at all? Georgia's got off, and still she's proving pretty intractable. The stalls handlers, worth their salt as always, trying to get her into the berth of number 6, where she's drawn. Trying to settle her down. Hopefully she'll go in all right. Of the rest of the, I did say I liked Bermuda Longtail, didn't I? And I stand by that. I thought it was a most encouraging debut in second. Didn't think the race really suited her that well. She had to go quite wide in the contest itself, and stayed on for second on the inside. The winner had flown, but it was a decent effort nonetheless on first start, and you expect plenty of improvement to come. That was just 19 days ago, so Connections are keen to get her out pretty soon after, and presumably get that win on the board before, you'd have thought, putting her away for the winter. Yeah, she doesn't want to know, does she, Leading Star, at the moment at least. And we are now past post time by a minute and a half, so she's holding us up, is Leading Star. What about the rest of them? I thought Saffie Osborne spoke with favour about Tapioca Pearl, the second newcomer for Ed Walker on the night, after the first one has already been victorious in her opening race. I got the feeling that she might just be a little bit in need of the experience a touch more than American Gal was in our opening contest. That was the vibe that I got from Saffie, and I think the market would reflect that. But of course, this daughter of Van Mansell has got a pretty nice pedigree, so if she did win, it wouldn't be a huge surprise. However, I do think probably further down the line is going to be the time to catch her, and perhaps over a longer distance as well, because 7 furlongs is probably going to be a starting point only for Tapioca Pearl. Right, that's Leading Star being led away from the stalls, and it looks as they're going to try and load some of the others in and maybe give her one more chance, potentially. But she's been behaving pretty badly in the prelims here, and hopefully won't be any other fillies who follow suit, because that means we'll get a nasty delay. But at the moment, it's only 2.5 minutes. Yes, hearing Leading Star has been withdrawn. So Leading Star, one of the outsiders of the field here, has been taken out after refusing to go into the stalls and chucking off Georgia Derby. Thankfully, Georgia looks okay. Okay, let's move back to this race, shall we? That's Follower of Fashion. Could be a pace angle here. Went forward last time in the contests last week that she ran in, and I thought ran okay to be 4th, but really she was overhauled pretty easily by the main protagonist in that race. And yeah, it was all a bit tough in the final furlong for her. She faded quite dramatically, so you'd expect maybe handicaps are the way forward for her, and I'm not entirely convinced, as I say, that this trip is what she wants, given that she showed an abundance of early pace last time. Gigi Bliss going in. I thought the Sandown race that was on her debut that she was in, I thought it was a pretty good contest that was won by a decent horse, I think, in the making, in the Sheikh Ahmed colours, and was a pretty decent performance from a debutant. And although she finished quite a long way out the back, she should learn plenty. I'm not entirely sure those conditions are what she really wants, certainly not for her first start. So if Gigi Bliss did come on significantly for that under these very different ground conditions, obviously on the poly track tonight, then I wouldn't be wholly surprised. That said, there isn't a huge amount of market support for her. That is
Orange Cap moves up on the outer. Follower of Fashion's next. Split Silks in behind those, and still last is Desert Spring as they move back towards the home straight. Just outside the 3 furlong marker, Bermuda Longtail sits in front of Dash of Azure down the outside and Worthington Lake on the inside running rail. Then in 4th comes Sandhill Dancer, Dancing Colours getting to work in 5th place. Up on the outside, Gigi Bliss. Tapioca Pearls come under pressure, not finding much at the moment. Follower of Fashion plugs on next together with Split Silk. Up front, Bermuda Longtail leads, chased by Dash of Azure. 3rd place, Worthington Lake, and in 4th is Dancing Colours. Up front, Bermuda Longtail in front still from Dash of Azure, who's still a length away. Bermuda Longtail stretches on now. Bermuda Longtail goes on to win from Dash of Azure in 2nd place. In 3rd position, well, that was Worthington Lake, who was comfortably clear of the remainder. Dancing Colours involved in the chase in behind them, and so too was Gigi Bliss.
Yeah, very strong at the finish was Bermuda Longtail. I thought at one stage Dash of Azure might go by, but she's
There was a bit of substance to the form in behind as well. Blue Secret had run well first time up, who was half a length back in third. And I think that there's every chance that the form was pretty good by Wolverhampton standards and natural progression. You'd think Olivia Jane had a race like this in her, and she had to wait to get the fact that she was a little bit inexperienced on debut, which you can understand, but she also got stuck in traffic a little bit. She had to wait for a run, and to be only beaten the neck by a horse who'd already run and already won, albeit giving a penalty away, obviously, I thought that was a good effort. And although Season of Light also looked likely improved from her debut when she finished in midfield at Newmarket, she's probably going to be better over a bit further. I think certainly that's the way Two Darn Hot's progeny are looking, albeit the dam won a listed race in France for Andre Fabre in the Godolphin colours. So I thought for today, Olivia Jane was the one, top of the market.
Yeah, she's still unsteady. So Season of Light, which is now 2-1, Olivia Jane 5-2.
I know, it just makes Olivia Jane so much more backable because she's a much bigger price. Like everything, completely agree with everything that Steve said. Olivia Jane doesn't really even need to improve, I think, in this field. If she just runs that race she did at Wolverhampton, like Steve said, she did have to wait for a gap, and then she stayed on really well through the gap. A longer stretch today will suit. Clive Cox won a division of this last year with Get the Music On. So if we just look, Andrew Balding, who won a division last year with a horse coming in who finished second on her only start, wins. Now we have Clive Cox, who won a division of this race last year, has a horse that finished second on its only start, wins.
Does a drifter make, for you, does a drift just make a horse more backable if you fancy it, or does it put you off?
It doesn't. I just ignore the betting. I actually, when I handicap, I don't look at betting because in Britain especially, it's the be all and end all of handicap form, and people go, oh, it's 21, it has no chance. It's like, so I try and not let it think about me. I mean, trust me, like in that last race when two races ago when the Ollie Sangster horse in the nursery was, I was thinking she was going to be about third favorite. She was 25-1. But
look, it puts me off. But it puts me off.
Does it?
Yeah.
Why?
Because the market knows more than me.
I'm not saying anything.
100%. You back it up. I guarantee you. You back it. You honestly. I'm not saying this in Olivia Jane's case, but I think it should. I think it has to be taken into account.
You
sure,
remember,
drifters win, but you back enough of them, you won't.
You remember the ones that get well backed that win, and not the ones that get well back that don't, and something a bit weaker in the market. Wasn't there a survey done going back in the day that said the average horse drifts slightly in the betting?
Slightly is fine.
Average winner, rather.
But
this is only a slight drift, isn't it? It's all because Season of Light's been well backed. If that's,
which is weird.
How much money are we talking about? Is Sheikh Mohammed got involved? Wouldn't have thought so.
No, I think there are a number of reasons as to why not in the betting.
Well,
there's a big one. Tom, over to you.
Yeah, cheers, Tom. I've got to say, it sounds like you're all having a really good time tonight in the studio and enjoying listening to your conversation about the Breeders' Cup a little bit earlier and about market weakness just then. And as you say, Olivia Jane, a little bit of a drift. The one that really came for money actually earlier was British Blue, because that was about, I'd say that was about 16-1 this morning, and it's now 17-2. So, yeah, what does that say? Depends how you react to market movers, as just been discussed there in the studio. But this is British Blue, daughter of Blue Point. Cost 30,000 as a foal. I thought it looked really nice in the parade ring, I have to say. Couldn't see a huge amount with the rug on, but what I did see, she looked pretty athletic. And the Dam was a half-sister to two decent winners, and out of a half-sister to Rekindling, who, of course, won the Melbourne Cup, very topical at the moment. Not strong in the markets.
3 runs were on the all-weather, but obviously they were in novice race.
Outside of the field in the home straight down the near rail and travelled really well into it, and then put the race to bed with a fair amount of ease, it has to be said. And although she's not got a huge amount left in manoeuvrability as regards her handicap mark, she's clearly in the form of her life. She's never won off a mark this high, but she is in excellent nick. And the way that she won at Southwell last time suggests to me that she'll be very competitive once again in this contest. I was just speaking to the owners of Mart, actually, 25 to 1 shot. They're very worried about his draw. He's out in stall 12. Although a winner 2 starts ago at Brighton in good style. It wasn't quite so good last time. In fact, it was pretty desperate stuff. Went 10th of 12. And they said to me, you know, we hope he's going to run well, but they have that look in their eyes of a syndicate that aren't particularly confident, but obviously wish them the best. Of the others in this, Ultramarine has got the jockey change. Jordan Williams is on now, claiming 5 instead of George Downing. I thought this one had a chance too, actually. Really good form of late. A second and a first in his last couple of outings. That would see him bang there or thereabouts, and he runs Polytrack pretty well, does Ultramarine. So I'd put him right up there as well. It's really hot stuff, this fiendish-looking race. But I'm going to side with the old boy, Treacherous, to get another win on the board here at his beloved Kempton. Here's John once again.
Thanks ever so much indeed, Tom. Set to go now. 6 furlongs the trip. They're off and they're racing. So jumping away. And Stanley Spencer got a very good start. The one who didn't face the start at all was Hazim, who's already some way behind. And now moving and then Raffles Angel against the inside running rail. They're followed in turn by Ultramarine. Hazim has caught up a little bit with Glamorous Express for company, and now Tiger Bay is the back marker. Straightening for home then, Crow's Nest the leader, being pursued by Stanley Spencer in second. Treacherous, then against the rail is the in-form Coup de Force. Looks like she might be involved again tonight. Grenham Bay is pushed along. Ultramarine comes next, followed then by Raffles Angel on the far side. Mart is down the middle of the track, and up front now Stanley Spencer's come through from Treacherous and Coup de Force on the far side. Up towards the line they go. Stanley Spencer driven right out from Treacherous. They bunch for the minors. It is Stanley Spencer. Stanley Spencer it is. Ultramarine was right there with Treacherous, Coup de Force and Glamorous Express all fighting out the minor money.
Yeah, he's climbing up the rungs.
over a dozen lengths off the lead and even further to Comic Book. 5/16 to go, and Lubu now has Battle Tested in her sights. And Lubu pulls up within a length and a half of Battle Tested. This duo is 14 lengths clear of the rest. Morissa has moved up into third. Elko tries to rally on the rail, but it's Flattering Heart who's furthest out. Top of the stretch, and Battle Tested has repelled the initial challenge from Lubu. Battle Tested has something left here for Lubu. 1 furlong to go. Battle Tested leads by a length and a half. Lubu will go inside now as Battle Tested drifts out, but Battle Tested maintaining her lead, and Lubu can't catch her. Battle Tested beats Lubu. These two far clear of Elko, who's third, and Miramogo ran fourth.
First three in the betting, finishing first, second and third, but it is Battle Tested who's just broke the heart of Lubu there, kept finding a bit more in the lead. Battle Tested out in front, beating Lubu, and Elko was back in third place. Now we're going to be off to Kempton again.
Heading down to the start then for this Kempton 7 o'clock, and it's a handicap. This time we go up to 1.5 miles, and we've had races over 6 furlongs and 7 furlongs and a mile, and this is our second longest race of the night. Our final race is a handicap over 2 miles at 8:30, but this is a handicap over 1.5 miles, and we've got a non-runner in it, and we've got Ocean Heights number 2 as the non-runner. Leaves us with 8, which means at the moment we are talking a 50 odds a place 1, 2 and 3. Rocket Tommy is 5-2 favourite for Sir Mark Todd and David Probert. 11-4, not far behind, is Touch the Moon. Wiltshire Wonders on 6-1, 7-1, Appier and Francesco Baracca, 10, I'll give you them all, 10-1, Selwan, Damascus Steel 12s, and a big priced outsider here, 80-1, number 7, Eton Blue. So heading down to the start, Paddy, and it's very tight at the top of the market between Rocket Tommy and Touch the Moon. Rocket Tommy's already got winning form this year. Touch the Moon just having his third run of 2024.
Yeah, Rocket Tommy, Gordy, he just really appears to have appreciated switching to an artificial surface, because he's come right back to form for Sir Mark Todd. And again, another good solid effort last time, albeit he hit the crossbar. He's still only off a mark of 76. He's run this C&D well in the past. David Probert, who does tend to ride the bulk of Sir Mark's horses on the level, he's on board here again tonight. And for a 4-year-old, not an absolute bundle of miles on the clock, only the 9 starts to date. So I definitely think that that's still a workable mark for him off 76. There has been plenty of money, though, for this George Scott Touch the Moon. I remember when James Horton had this horse last year, he certainly looked like a horse with plenty of ability, but you've got to just pin your hopes on the switch to the all-weather here, because the 2 starts since joining the George Scott team have been bitterly disappointing. I mean, he's beaten Fav last time at Beverley. Now, we've not seen him since, so maybe something has come to light, because he only managed to beat a few home. He was sent off favourite that day. He's drawn wide here again, so but the money has come from Dan Muscat on board. So they obviously feel that this horse is going to appreciate switching to an artificial surface. And Wilshire Wonder, he's another horse looking to go back-to-back. And he could still be well treated, this son of Wootton Bassett. But I'm going to stick with Rocket Tommy. I just think his all-weather form is solid, and he just appears to be enjoying this all-weather surface at the minute for Sir Mark Todd.
You're listening to Paddy Aspel. He is picking Rocket Tommy in this 7 o'clock at Kempton. But let's get the view from the paddock. Let's go live to Kempton and speak to a parade ring expert, the man that is right by that paddock, and he's seen the horses in the parade ring, Ken Pitterson. As always, Ken, I'm going to start with the pundits pick and see what the pundits pick look like. In the case of Paddy, he's gone for number 5, Rocket Tommy, currently 9-4 favourite.
Yeah, he looked fantastic. Got to say, a number of these do look well, but he was one of them, Gordon. Big, strong type, looked really well under the lights. Rocket Tommy.
Spinning through the others, not a huge gap to the second favourite, 1/4 of a point. Number 6, Touch the Moon on 5-2.
Touch the Moon on his toes. He looked fit, but yeah, he didn't look too bad. I didn't mind him.
Then a bit of jump in the betting. 11-2, number 1, Appier.
Yeah, a horse, I think it's hard to win with, but Appier did look well, Gordon. So if you're backing him, I couldn't put you off him, but not for me.
7-1, number 9, Francesco Baracca.
Francesca looked fit, on its toes. I thought he wasn't as well as the ones we've mentioned.
8-1, number 4, Wiltshire Wonder.
Stop-start gallop.
Yeah, Wiltshire Wonder. Looks
All right,
well.
final thoughts, Tom on course. Tom?
Cheers, Tom. Yeah, Runner's about to go into the stalls for the last few anyway, at least are. Damascus Steel is going to be one of those. Got a very good chance, I think. 2 from 2 of the course and distance. It is a career high mark today. I'm going to go instead with Rocket Tommy, actually. A horse who's been in tremendous form recently and came second last time. Thought it was an excellent effort, and a real informed contender is Rocket Tommy. They used to say that to me in my clubbing days. Let's get to John.
More to be revealed later on, Tom, eh? Francesco Baracca heading in. That's it, the last one. Set to go. They're off and racing. The one who was slowly out of the gates there was Appier, last of all. 1.5 miles for the Unibet Support Safe Gambling Handicap. And at a steady early tempo, really steady. Wiltshire Wonder starts well. Rocket Tommy on the outside, Touch the Moon, and then pulling quite hard in behind them is Damascus Steel. Eton Blues on a tight rein in 5th place as well. And then further back to the likes of Selwan, who's racing next to Francesco Baracca, and Appier still the back marker. And now Rocket Tommy takes up the running. Making the turn away from the stands and on towards the far side of the track then. Rocket Tommy, David Probert, go on by a couple of lengths to Wiltshire Wonder in 2nd place. In behind them, Touch the Moon is a close 3rd. Touch the Moon followed by Damascus Steel and Eat Blue. Francesco Baracca has just moved ahead of Selwan, and Appier is still last of all. The tempo still very sedate indeed. A few of them taking a fair old grip in behind, including Francesco Baracca, 3 from the rear of the field. But it's Rocket Tommy who sets this tempo. Yet to really set the race alight though through halfway. Rocket Tommy from Wiltshire Wonder in 2nd place and Touch the Moon 3rd. 4th for Damascus Steel, Eton Blue next, Francesco Baracca, Appier and Selwan. As they move on towards the end of the back straight, they'll be making a turn very shortly right-handed, and the leader is still Rocket Tommy. Close up Wiltshire Wonder on the outside. Closes the gap to about a length once again. Touch the Moon's only a neck further back in 3rd place. Appier makes a move from the back end of the field. Followed then by Damascus Steel, a close 5th. They really bunch up now. Eton Blues next. And then Francesco Baracca leaving Selwan as the back marker. But such a steady tempo, anything could fire home from here. And up front, the leader is Rocket Tommy. Rocket Tommy is now under pressure. Wiltshire Wonder and Touch the Moon go off in chase, but Rocket Tommy still going strongly with the lead. In behind them, Damascus Steel is trying to gather them in. Francesco Baracca from the back end of the field. Selwan making some late gains. Appier's dropped away, and so too Eton Blue. Rocket Tommy trying to hold on here. Damascus Steel is the danger now in 2nd place. Touch the Moon and Francesco Baracca 3rd and 4th, and it's Rocket Tommy, well ridden by David Probert. Rocket Tommy took it up early, set a very steady tempo, and wins decisively. Coming home 3 or 4 clear from Damascus Steel. On the outside of Damascus Steel came Touch the Moon.
Yeah, pretty easy winner.
This is the 8 o'clock, 6 furlongs. Valadero 5-2, Art Fantastique 100-30, Flagman 15-2, Purple Poppy 17-2, 9-1, and Bigger with all 12 going the post for this 8 o'clock contest. Brian Timmy's Valadero heads the market. Joe Levy on board. Based upon, or what have you seen, Steve, if anything, in recent efforts to encourage you?
In who, sorry?
Valadero.
Yeah, he's an interesting one. He's still a maiden after 17 starts, but he's finished in the first 3 7 times. No headgear to date, been running in blinkers, cheek pieces, visor. They're struggling to find the key to this horse, clearly.
But he's top the betting.
He's top of the betting, yeah. He's come down in the weights, I suppose.
Do you fancy anything?
I prefer Seas of Alzam, who's trained by John Butler, and despite being drawn wide, I think this horse might go forward. Was back from a 3-month break last time when held up last and was going all right, but was just right plumb last and detached last and couldn't get back into it over 6. This is the distance isn't the problem, it's the way he was ridden last time. I think that was very much a first run back after a break kind of ride. I'm hoping that Seas of Alzam with Daniel Muscat will be ridden closer to the pace and would be in a tricky race. I think it's got a decent shot.
Rachel?
In a race with a lack of form, Purple Poppy, who won last time out with the first time blinkers. Hopefully they work again today.
Okay. Final thoughts with Tom?
Cheers, Tom. Yeah, I'm going to go with Purple Poppy. Missed the break last time, but still won in first-time blinkers, which I'll retain tonight. And in a race in which there isn't much recent form on show, I think she rather stands out. The issue tonight is that she's got that wide draw in 12, but I mean, I'm almost hoping she doesn't break on terms again, because it'll mean she can be held up and come with a late run rather than have to go wide. We will see. Maxino, a massive drift today. The one for money is Flagman, who went down to the post early. A very minuscule framed horse, it has to be said. There's not much of him at all, but that's the one for money, having been 5th last time out over course and distance, and that was a bit of a bounce back to form. And so clearly, people think that there's going to be more to come from that one off the bottom of the weights. Right, last couple going forward. Let's get to John for the 8 o'clock.
And it's Smasher, the last one in here. 6 furlongs, the race distance. Set now. And they're off and racing. So jumping away, the Tri-Unibets Improved Bet Builder handicap then is underway. Purple Poppy from that wide draw initially went sharply left, but is soon in touch with them. Lil Cayenne takes them along in the very early stages of the contest and moves through the first furlong. So Lil Cayenne now with Smasher on the inside. To the outside, that's Purple Poppy, and they're being tracked by Global Effort in company with Art Fantastique. Then in behind those races, Tangled Up in Blue in the first time visor. On that one's inside is Valadero. Seas of Elzam is further back, so too is Vaunted. They turn into the home straight. Ravensbourne sits right at the back of the field with Maxino, and Flagman is last of all, approaching the final 2 furlongs of the contest now. And Smasher being tackled immediately by Art Fantastique, who now bursts to the front. Art Fantastique goes on. The response in behind is trying to come from Valadero. Also, Vaunted staying on quite strongly. Down the near side, Global Effort, as they now race then deep inside the closing stages. Art Fantastique, Vaunted though, launching a big challenge on the far side and got there. Vaunted beat Art Fantastique, and Valadero back in 3rd place. They were clear of Global Effort and Ravensbourne.
Vaunted gets up late. She has a habit of doing that when she wins, and she's come with that final flourish inside the last few yards to see off Art Fantastique back in 2nd. In 3rd, Valadero dropped in trip, travelled well, stayed on, but not quite to the same effect as the
ever in it. And last time at Wolverhampton, I don't know, maybe Wolverhampton's not really for him. Went prominent that occasion, and it was mile and 6 as well, so maybe a bit on the sharp side as well, but dropped right out. But clearly brings his best form to Kempton. So 11-2, I thought was a bit overpriced for Neil Callan, who's in good form tonight.
Right.
Yeah, I agree with what Steve is saying. I'm sort of hoping that Neil Callan, again, who gets on with this horse, as Steve just mentioned, that stepping up and trip back to Kempton with Neil aboard. Hopefully he'll sit off Home and Dry in second, who looks to be the tearaway front runner, and have a really good position when they hit the top of the stretch.
This is Kissing in the Back Row, who is just playing hard to get. So hopefully she goes in fine, because Richard Kingscote is waiting in there for her. All seems okay. Tom Bull.
Yeah, thanks, Tom. She's puckered up nicely in the end, hasn't she? And she's gone into the stalls. Good to see in her bid to give Richard Kingscote a double on the card in this final race. Yeah, I'm going to go with Steve. So far, so good. That Kempton record is pretty notable, isn't it? Won our last two of this course and distance, and won his last two, I should say, with his son of French Navy. And although out of form in his last couple of outings, I think the return here is going to play to his strengths massively. Hopefully the race will suit him as well, and he'll have a decent chance of winning once again at this track. I don't think it's the strongest race in the world, to be honest. The fact that Grey Fox is so kind of towards the fore in the market, I think says it all. Obviously, chance depends on stepping up to this kind of distance, and clearly connections think that he probably will get it. Let's go into the stalls now. So far, so good for the final race. Last couple about to go forward, one of them being Beggarman, who definitely have a chance over this course and distance once again. He's proved very consistent. I do worry the handicapper might just have his measure, but expect him to be there or thereabouts once again. So for the final time, with our thanks, it's up to John.
Thank you ever so much, Tom. Enjoy the rest of your week. Coming forward now, Beggarman and Trojan Truth to complete the lineup. Best of luck in the last. We're over 2 miles this time, and they're off and racing. Away slowly was Grey Fox. A couple of them are a bit lazy from the gates by the looks of things. Wilderness being chased along in the early stages, getting a response in fairness, and now joining in with the others. So far so good, got a good start, and so too Home and Dry. So on settling down, Home and to the front ahead of Wilderness, and so far so good, back in third place as this first bend unfolds. Beggarman is in fourth, followed by Lumberjack, and then comes Trojan Truth. Trojan Truth is followed by Kissing in the Back Row, and the slow starting Grey Fox still at the rear of the field in last position. It's Home and Dry who leads them into the home straight for the first time in this Tri-Unibet's new Akaboos handicap. Home and Dry in front from Wilderness in the yellow jacket on the outside. There's very little to choose between them. Behind them, so far so good, and then a small gap to Beggarman. Lumberjack is next, and then Trojan Truth. Trojan Truth racing just in advance of the back pair, those two being Kissing in the Back Row and Grey Fox at the rear end of the field. Home and Dry leading, Wilderness a neck away, approaching the judge with a circuit to go. Home and Dry in the green, yellow jacket of Wilderness. So far, Trojan Truth, and still Grey Fox. So far, so good. Joined and passed now by Beggarman, who goes third as they head to the next turn in the race. So far, so good in fourth place. Lumberjack racing along next ahead of Trojan Truth, and still Grey Fox and Kissing in the Back Row watch on from the back end of the field. Heading around in towards the back straight, and they're now at the halfway stage of tonight's finale, the Tri-Unibet's new Akaboos handicap. And he's having just to, on and off the bridle, get to work on Home and Dry here. Rab Havlin chasing him along. Wilderness is putting some real pressure on him for the lead now. And these two open up by 3 lengths over So Far So Good and Beggarman. In behind those is Lumberjack. Lumberjack followed by Trojan Truth, and then Kissing in the Back Row and Grey Fox. So on they head, midpoint of the back straight for the final time, and Wilderness definitely with the lead, and Home and Dry needing more encouragement in second place. He's still only a half length off the leader. So Far So Good is in third position, and then Beggarman toward the outside. Lumberjack sits in a share of fifth place together with Trojan Truth, and the two watching on at the back end of the field are Grey Fox, who just for the moment relegates Kissing in the Back Row to the back row, watching on about 6 to 7 lengths off the leader. That leader now is Wilderness, and Home and Dry, who's been under pressure for a long way, seems to be fighting a losing battle unless he can really dig in. He's lost second place now as Beggarman goes second. Also on the move, So Far So Good. Ryder looking confident to the outside, Trojan Truth. Up in behind them is Grey Fox for the moment with very little racing room. Getting clear daylight is Kissing in the back row. Lumberjacks tailed off now, and this race all changing rapidly. Up front, Wilderness being joined now by Kissing in the back row. Between the two of them is Beggarman, and further back, So Far So Good, and Grey Fox is finishing off strongly. Kissing in the back row, chased now by So Far So Good and Grey Fox. Kissing in the back row and Grey Fox, the two of them who sat right at the back throughout, now fight out the finish. Kissing in the back row, clinging on here from Grey Fox. Kissing in the back row, Grey Fox. So Far So Good. Those three were clear of Beggarman.
Yeah, the final race of the day then goes to Kissing in the back row for Dr. Richard Newland and Jamie Insole. Richard King's got on board, Grey Fox second, and So Far So Good for Paddy finishes in third place. There you are, Paddy. It's been a long old day. We go back to that first at lunchtime. What was it, 12:50 at Fakenham?
He was denied that run. At this point, trying to go between Ed Jarley's runner.
Yeah, it seems like a couple of days ago, Gordy, but we got there in the end, and there's no doubt the 9 race cards can be pretty long, but we've seen some nice 2-year-olds.
Is all with Kissing in the back row, who has got that first run.